that would imply I have some. What's going on, Twitch? Twitch has it here coming at you with some Pokemon. So it's like X, A, X, Y, Z, A, Z to A, Z. I think Z, A, like Z, Z to A. But Pokemon Legends ZA, I'll say roughly like 35% of the game, maybe halfway. Depending on what you look at it, there are a fuck ton of side missions. I think, you need like 80 to unlock, I think, zone 15 or 16. I'm only up to like 44. We've got 13 wild zones clear, 144 Pokemon caught, so I have like 80 left to go. I have it muted right now. Actually, no, you guys should still hear it. Yeah, perfect, never mind. Anyways, from where I continued off last night, I grabbed one colorful screw from here, a few items. I was just running around grabbing crystals. Let's just do crystals. I think the just lose an amount, but there's just enough amount to end it. But if you use extra, you have to use extra, so you have to city. Anywho, so I'm gonna be a little bit focused on other otherwise focus on other stuff. Let's say I heard I have to say, like, I do try to avoid, like, let's say bad stuff. I just try to avoid, like, hearing stuff. I don't know how it makes you feel, but it doesn't mean you should avoid the world, or, like, you can't avoid bad things. But it's just like, I can't look at it. How about this, you know, this person, I'm like I don't want to be rude, and like I have to understand you can talk, and like, you can talk about something else. Stuff is depressing. You know, you live life and you can't avoid the inevitable. You can't avoid what's going on in front of you, but you know, there's stuff going on. Maybe I shouldn't mention it. Trying to find a better way to, but you know, it's their right, you know, to express themselves and talk about it. And anyways, if you're a Twitch person, I'm sure you know kind of what's going on. I guess Kim was like, I can't. Oof, it's a very touchy subject. So if I'm distracted, let me just get to the point. If I'm distracted, I'm watching the video in the background. I don't intend anything. I'm just watching current events going on. Negative current events. I'm not talking anymore. Just hitting up. Sorry if I don't respond to the streams. I'm still getting used to streaming again. And I get so into Pokemon, I forget to look down at the screen. And I wish Switch had a streaming app on the thing, like PlayStation. I would love to see the overlay on my. I think I need to set it up with a screen that's right there, and you know, when the chat comes up, it's extremely vivid. So yeah, we're gonna be doing this. I might just be wandering around collecting while I'm watching the video. So you know what's going on. If you don't, you know, it's not my place to say. But I might be a little bit distracted. It's a movie, but it's, you know, I'm not watching Six Flags. Like, this is serious. It's a serious topic and something. I kind of agree, like the person I was watching, like I might have a word or anything, but like not now, not right now, like won't do anything. Technically I'm starting my stream. So, thanks for tuning in if you are. I'm going to play some Pokemon, I'm going to do a little more collecting right now. I just woke up about an hour ago, I have my coffee and my stuff. I'm going to be watching a video in the background. So, what's that, I can put the video over here and no, we're not going to, that's, I don't want to mix and match moods and stuff like that, and if you're interested in that, you know, stuff that's going on Twitch, you can look it up. I'm not at liberty to say or inform. That's none of mine. But I am gonna collect stuff.
my job and everything. And wanted me to succeed as a teammate, and we grew very close over time, and I was very dependent on him for feelings of safety, social life, like my stream, my job and everything. So yeah, besides it being a very codependent relationship, the start of it was fine. I saw a lot of people mentioning this. They thought this was what I was going to talk about. It's not a secret. I think everyone who paid attention knew that he was very controlling over what I wore, to a degree, who I was friends with, and even when I would stream. So, when it was definitely slow over time that bad things started happening. At the start, it would be things like, for example, he would throw bottles, like plastic bottles with liquid in it, not like glass bottles, at me, despite me telling him like I didn't like it and it scared me and I bruised very easily. He would throw his phone at me. I would tell him, you know, it scared me, I don't like it. And one time it even hit me in the eye, which caused me to get a black eye, but he always, you know, was like, oh, it's an accident, and I was like, oh yeah, it's an accident. Like, you know, of course I'm not gonna think that, you know, he's, yeah, I just...
This is the beginning, bro.
At the time, I just kind of, you know, I just brushed it off, and looking back now, I feel like that was kind of the start of him testing my boundaries, if that makes sense. So that was already kind of starting to show signs within the first 6 months of me and him being close. And then, again, a very public situation. The end of 2022, the cover-up allegations happened. I mean, yeah, like I said, all that's public. You can find all that, see like what I said during that, everything. After that happened, his behavior started getting a lot worse, which, I mean, I suppose it makes sense. You know, he was very stressed. A lot of stuff was happening, but the bad behavior was ramping up, and I feel like it's so apparent if, like, you know, you go back and watch anything from that time. I tried so hard to help him and be there for him because I really believed in him, and I wanted him to, you know, get better and get back on his feet and be the person that, you know, I always believed that he was. But that, unfortunately, did not really happen. For a long time, I think about a year and a half from when that all happened, it was kind of like slow things getting worse, but I mean, honestly, I'm not even gonna bother going into the details of all of that because there's just too much to cover, and it's honestly kind of not really relevant to the rest of what I'm saying because the rest of what I want to say is a lot worse.
24-hour stream.
There was a point where things really took a turn for the worst. Like, it felt like, you know, like a very delicate branch just kind of snapped.
Microsoft Azure helps you handle workload spikes without sacrificing performance. Scale your cloud resources automatically. Start with 65 plus always free services. Create an Azure account today.
So, and again, a lot of people are like vaguely aware of this, but I'll explain it for people who aren't, you know, chronically tapped into all that stuff. So for a long time,
this is after Maya.
After
Maya.
the like cover-up allegations happened, and he was like starting to kind of struggle on his stream.
Yeah.
He never wanted to stream at the same time as me. Like, we really avoided it. And to me at the time, it made sense, because, you know, I was like, well, of course, like, you know, we share a lot of community members. If
Seems
we're live at
reasonable.
separate times, we're both gonna perform better, you know, it makes sense. But, yeah, we were really live doing the same thing at the same time for a long time, with the exception of, like, things like events or sponsors or, like, you know, just special things. For a very long time, and a lot of you guys probably noticed that I would only usually stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. That was because of him. And now I stream whenever I want, but the first time that we ever streamed at the same time was for the 2024 Rust Kingdom event on
Jesus
Twitch.
Christ.
We were sharing drops.
This is so ridiculous.
It was the first time in a very long time that we were both going to be live at the same time doing the same thing.
People even saw this.
Or, like, what the fuck's stuff to do with anything. But, it'll make sense with it. So... I'm live.
Sharing drops. Drops for the
We're
Rust
both
event.
Streaming, and... like I said, you can go find all of this. This is public. There are
Online,
clips of
yeah.
this. We're both streaming the Rust event, and I thought it was going really well. I thought everyone was having fun. I was like, oh, this is great. Everyone's, you know, doing the same thing at the same time. We're all hanging out. You know, we're gonna have fun. Like, I was really excited. And then I start seeing in my chat people start saying, unofficial Ms. Raid, and I'm like, what does that mean? And then I check my Discord messages, and he's messaging me. He's saying, like, Emmy, you know, I'm gonna kill myself, I waited, or I'm gonna KMS, I waited so long for this, etc. Basically he was upset because I had higher viewership than him. That's literally it. I had higher viewership than him. And like I said, this is during an event, so there were drops. Like, everyone knows when there's drops, like, it's not even fucking real, but yeah, he starts messaging me, he's really upset. I tried to tell him, I was like, bro, you should come back and play. Everyone's having fun, everyone's like wondering where you are. But yeah, he ended his stream. And then I'm still live, you know, trying to act like nothing's wrong. And in that house,
Messaging her
I
while
had
she's
glass
live.
door, so I could like see this was happening. He was walking behind me, making sure that I knew he was there. And by the way, so there were many ways out of that house if he wanted to leave the house that were closer to his stream room. He intentionally chose the door that was right by my room.
Actually, the most inconvenient door of all the doors that he could have
Pretty
left.
apparent, at least to me. He starts walking behind my stream and slamming the door so loud that my noise gate can pick it up, so even people on my stream are able to hear this is happening. And he slams it so hard and so many times that the front door literally broke. The lock did not work anymore. It didn't work for months, and it would just make this horrible sound that I would have to hear like every fucking day. But anyway, so I hear him back there doing this, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
There's clips of
So
this.
I tell
by
my
the way.
stream, I'm like, hey, guys, I'll be right back. I get up and I go talk to him. I'm like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, Emmy, like, I hate all of you guys. Like, all you guys do is just take from me, and like, I'm just done. Like, I'm just done. And I was like, is this like really happening because of rush drops? And he was like, I don't know what else to do. He was like going off on me, like basically saying that he hated me. And I was like, well, I don't know what to do now. And he was like, go finish your stream so that people don't know anything's wrong. And
That's what matters.
I stop in the bathroom outside my stream room, and I'm like, you know, checking my makeup, trying to make sure people can't tell that I was like crying. And I'm only in there for like 30 seconds, and he comes and like looms in the doorway. He's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, I'm just checking my makeup. So I go back and I stream for a couple hours, finish the stream, do my best to just like, you know, carry on the show basically. And yeah, after that, like I said, was when things started to get really fucking bad. It was like something just snapped.
Ready, everyone?
Yes.
Water taxi, walking path.
I'm ready.
Ready?
Let's
do this.
Yep.
What is it?
Water taxi.
Water taxi?
Yeah.
Water taxi. We have to walk. Yeah, we're gonna have to walk. Ready, everyone? And a count of 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
What's up, you guys?
I'm Tyler.
I'm Shaq.
I'm Laura.
For the rest of the week, he streamed the Rust event. He got all the drop viewers.
She didn't
I'm
stream
sure
at all.
He was very happy. I mean, good for him.
Wow.
And during that time, I obviously was like thinking and processing a lot of what happened. But I mean, it was a lot because this person was at the time like kind of it was like my partner and my best friend and like the only person that like I really talked to ever, or like at least off stream. So I mean, it was just it was a lot. But the very next stream, I went live about a week after that, and I announced that I was planning to move because I knew that I would have to move.
Yep.
So I was like, okay, I have to go live and say this so that, you know, kind of force myself to commit to it. Right? Does that make sense? Obviously, I didn't move out right away, but after like all of that Rust stuff happened was when the other domestic abuse stuff really started. He would destroy furniture in front of me. He would throw things in front of me and near me. Destroy walls. Again, you can go see this in some of his VODs in his bedroom. The holes in the wall. There would be times where he was upset at me and I would go to my stream room and literally lock myself in to get away from him. And he would be banging on the door and screaming at me. And at the time, he also would more often do things like going, like if we were driving in the car together, he would be going like
Super fast.
150 miles an hour. And like one time he even said like, well, now we're both gonna die. Like threatening to kill both of us. And this wasn't like even necessarily because of me or like because of something I did a lot of the time. Like one of the times that it happened, it was because we were just getting food and he was on his phone and he saw that Mr. Beast had put out a video and Mr. Beast had invited another streamer and he was like, oh, Mr. Beast invited this guy to his video, not me. And I was like, oh, well, you know, like, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Which led to him
Almost killing them.
miles per hour in the car.
Almost
Talking
killing
about
them.
Killing himself while doing it.
Over a Mr. Beast video.
Then at home, other things would happen. Like I'd be trying to sleep and he would scream at me and say that it was all my fault that he felt insecure. There was a time that I walked into a room that he was in, and as soon as he saw me there, he threw his phone at the dresser and started yelling because I had posted a YouTube video within the same couple of days as him, and mine was doing better. So basically, I felt like I was kind of stuck
It's
in a loop
so
where
sad,
I felt like
bro.
I had to constantly
It's so
perform
sad.
and like prove
It's so
my
sad.
value to not be thrown away. But at the same time, if I ever performed too well, I was gonna be punished for it.
Yeah.
And it just felt like a very rough situation to be stuck in because, I mean, streaming is my hobby and my job. Like, it's a huge part of my life.
All of our friends are attached to it too.
You know, I met him and became like a larger creator. And I remember thinking all the time how it felt like he hated me, but he still wanted me around for his channel and like his thumbnails and everything.
Yeah.
And this is still before I moved out. There was a time where it was the tension in the house was so unbearable that I would sneak out and I would sneak into Esfan's house using my code. And Esfan didn't know why I was doing this. He saw me a couple times. I'd be like, oh, I'm just gonna go take a nap in your guest room. He'd be like, yeah, that's fine. I would sneak into Esfan's house just to have some time of like peace and quiet. But eventually, he figured out where I was going, and he would go over to Esfan's house to keep telling me off.
No escape.
And there was a time that he did it, and I was lying in the guest room bed, and one of the roommates in that house had come to see like why I was crying, and they were standing in the corner. And Miz, he came in, and he was very physically aggressive. He was like, Emmy, like, what are you doing? Like, angry. And then as soon as he turned and saw this other person
this is really serious,
there,
yeah.
he instantly, like, deflated and changed his tone. He was like, oh, Emmy, I was wondering where you were. Like, are you coming home? And that roommate, like, later asked me about it. They were like, what the fuck was that? Like, are you okay? And I was just like, oh, it's nothing, because
unfortunately,
I felt like
happened a lot.
A lot of the reason that I didn't tell the people around me was because I felt like no one would understand, or even if they understood, it would just be a burden to them, because all of our streams and social circles and communities are so intertwined. I was like, maybe it's just better for me to deal with this and like hope things get better, basically.
Yep.
I honestly don't even remember what the final straw was that I finally was like, okay, it's time to go. Like, I prepared the house that I lived in before this one, like, pretty much immediately after the, like, breaking the front door thing happened, but I was still, like, scared and unsure. So I don't remember what the final straw was, but I remember the day I took Cheddar to the house, because he just randomly started like screaming at Cheddar. He was like, get that fucking cat out of my house. So I just
mad at YouTube views, mad at Mr. Beast, mad at the cat.
And took him there, and I just left him there and never took him back to that house.
Hey yo, fuck Cheddar. All my homies hate Cheddar.
After that was when I finally moved out.
Who yells at a cat?
Notice. Like I said, I don't even remember what the final straw was because so many things happened, but there was a time when I just knew. I called some movers, I said, hey, can you come tomorrow? And they're like, yeah, and then I literally moved the next day. Moving out into the last house that I lived in was a huge step mentally because, like I said, a big part of why I moved into the first house in Texas in the first place was because I felt like it was the safest option for me because
the stalkers.
You know, I am
a
girl where it's like kind of scary for me to be living alone. So it was very hard, and at the time, even though like all these other things had already happened, I was very hopeful that me and him could be cordial and like eventually like things would be fine, at least publicly, like for stream reasons, that, you know, everyone can just keep streaming like nothing had happened. And, you know, at the time I thought that would be the best thing to do, and I felt like
you put your best foot forward, people step on it.
Separated myself from him without explaining anything. People that watched us wouldn't understand.
Yeah.
And would attack me. I was
That's how it is.
Yeah, I mean, it ended up happening anyway, so, but, yeah, After I moved out, we, like I said, still kept in contact. I had hope that somehow things would get better. He would always beg for me to come back, and he would promise therapy and change and, like, even talk to other people and, like, kind of present, like, oh, I want to...
Things are going to get better this time.
I want to be better for Emmy or
this
whatever,
time, for sure.
There was a short period in October where
This was last
we
year.
had broken up because, I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter now. And when that happened, I honestly felt relieved because I was like, okay, finally, it's like on his terms, so that means he'll be satisfied and he'll be able to say it was his choice, and he'll leave me alone. Because whenever I would try to push for it, it just felt like I couldn't like really sever it, if that makes sense. But I mean, obviously, hence me doing this stream, that was not the end of it. A week after this breakup, he asked to come over to my house and talk for closure. He came to my house and I was crying like crazy because the emotions were just very high because I was dealing with a lot of major shifts in my life as a result of me attempting to start to try to distance myself from him. So yeah, we were just talking and I was crying a lot. He started to try to comfort me by hugging me while I was sitting on the couch and holding me really close to him. And when this was happening, we hadn't talked in quite a while, and I'm usually very uncomfortable with being touched a lot by people that I'm not in a relationship with. But I let him hold me while I was crying. And he started kissing me in my face, and I let him do it. I was still sobbing a lot. And then, suddenly, he tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hand down my pants. And, I screamed. Yeah. And when I screamed, he jumped off me like a cat, like. And, instead of apologizing or checking if I was okay, he said, I feel weird now. I feel like I did something wrong. I have to go. And he immediately left my house while I was still crying without, checking if I was okay or anything. And at the time, I was still making excuses for him, and I was still afraid of causing trouble for other streamers around us, or like, you know, making things weird for viewers. I know that probably sounds crazy, but like I just felt this pressure, like I had
This is
to
making me feel weird.
try to keep things together, if that makes sense.
Accommodating a psycho.
Yeah, I felt like I'd cause trouble for so many other people if I ever said anything bad about him, or if I caused rifts in our friend group or streamer group. I tried to stay on good terms with him and hold everything in, and also I still cared about him a lot, and I still at that point had hope that things would get better and that, you know, he would improve. And he'd also always hammer into me.
Have you guys known somebody that this has happened to before?
He never physically abused me because he never hit me. And he would coach me and tell me to tell people or other streamers who were asking about it because they were concerned. He would say, tell them that I never hit you. Make sure that they know that I never hit you.
Very normal thing to coach somebody to say.
Around the
Super
same
normal.
time, this was during OnlyFans 2, so I guess like December-ish. He would often message me in the middle of my streams and berate me for things like playing the same class as him in WoW because he thought it would make people think that I was better than him.
So
And again, like I said earlier, I felt like I was stuck in a constant loop where I had to perform well to not be thrown away. But if I performed too well, I was gonna be punished. And I actually wanted to show some of those messages because obviously a lot of these things.
So stupid.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fully read these out
This is only thanks to
because
the second
I
one.
honestly
I mean.
just don't want to read them out, but I feel like I want to show them to like kind of show what I'm saying.
Emmy is better. Emmy
I am
this.
planning to
I can't have anything, Emmy.
post the VOD of this somewhere, so if, you know,
You just take.
you want to read
Not
this later,
tank. Just that simple.
that's fine. I
You've
guess.
already played Warrior when I told you.
And again, this was
Now I'm
all
gonna get
happening
compared
while I was
non-stop.
live. You can literally go find the stream and see me trying to deal with this
Don't tank.
while I'm
there it
live in the
is.
middle of a dungeon.
Don't dude
Trying
me.
to just play the fucking game.
This is about World of Warcraft. Let me handle all the hate.
Okay.
You just have fun. such a serious situation. I feel like an asshole laughing. This is so fucking ridiculous. It's insane, isn't it? Oh my god.
Tank Emmy, do it. Let me handle all the hate, the criticism, the you're worse than Emmys. The Emmy is so much better. The people saying you're better in every chat. The comparisons,
There's no
nobody will ever be on my side.
He says
Let me
there's
deal
no
with it.
boundaries with you.
I asked you not to become a tank. You didn't listen. And now it's the classic. What was I supposed to do? I'm not dealing with this. And like I said, you can go find the stream.
That's what he said.
But for context, I was playing Warrior in World of Warcraft in like a level 24 dungeon. It was like Silverpine. Like it was just like it wasn't even like.
You can't just tank SFK. You can't just tank SFK. You can't just do that.
So, yeah. Yeah. And
Just pause and read all that
later, I
shit.
suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said before, I was constantly trying so hard to compromise with him because I wanted to be cool and I wanted us to be able to coexist in the same streaming sphere. But I felt like I could never win, and he hated my whole existence. Like ever since that one stream where I had like a little bit more viewers than him. And he would say that it was my fault that his stream was dying because most of his viewers liked me, and whenever he hit on another girl, they would be confused or not take it seriously because they knew that me and him were together privately. And he said if he would be able to hit on other girls and convince them that it was real, he would get his career back. That was like, started within the last couple of weeks that we spoke to each other. He started saying terrible things to me about other streamers in Austin. In particular, one specific streamer who I know there's a lot of people that know he has beef with certain streamers. It was not one of those streamers. It was someone who to this day has been nothing but nice to him. He would say horrible things about this person, like about them in their stream, and it was very hard to listen to. And just in general, he would say horrible things about other streamers in Austin, like, I quote, "I hate everyone here, you are all useless to me, you're worthless to me because it does nothing for my stream anymore to collab with any of you."
Oh.
And him saying that was the final straw for me. The day that he said that to me about other people was the first day that I
About Austin streamers?
the first time started to ignore his calls and messages. And because of that, he even threatened to come to my house if I didn't answer. But I did end up calling him back, and I spoke to him, and I basically told him that I felt like I could finally see things for what they were. And he started panicking, and he was super apologetic, and he was saying he didn't want to lose me, which wasn't the first time that he like did something like that and was like, you know, basically begging me not to leave. But that was definitely the most extreme time. And again, like I said, I always had the hope that things would be cordial, or that, you know,
And she really tried.
we could be fine
You can
with each
see.
other, so
She really
I
tried
agree.
to,
I
like,
agree. We were gonna talk about all of that. We talked about it about a week later, and instead of apologizing for anything, he basically told me that he realized he needed to go to Japan and LA to get his viewership back up, and he was
of course.
basically too young to focus on friendships and relationships. And it was I mean, despite everything, like I said, I still cared about him, so it was still hard. And I mean, it was like a mix of feelings, you know, like I was devastated, but I was also so relieved. But because of the past incidents during like other fights and times I would try to separate myself from him, past incidents during those times of him manipulating me into staying close with him and giving him more chances, sexually assaulting me, the abuse, and just him generally not being a very nice person. After that, I decided that the only solution and way for me to move forward, I made the hard decision, but I know now for sure the right one, was to finally completely cut contact with him.
Good call.
I knew it'd be very hard because our careers and our communities were so intertwined, but I knew that I had to do it, and that there was no other choice. So,
Yep.
I have not spoken to him since January of this year. It's been 10 months. But, you think that's the end? It is, unfortunately not. I haven't spoken to him since January of this year. It only took a couple of weeks, but soon the messages started. He has attempted to contact me over 40 times individually this year in individual texts, Discord messages, Instagram DMs, and phone calls. And I'm just gonna show those.
Is it time to say yep to Vyepti? Vyepti is an IV infusion that helps prevent migraine attacks. Chronic migraine patients saw 23 fewer migraine days on average per treatment. And it's just 4 30-minute IV treatments a year. Don't take if allergic to Vyepti. Allergic reactions, high blood pressure, and Raynaud's, which causes numb or painful fingers or toes, can happen. Get help right away for rash, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, or throat, or trouble breathing, hives, and facial redness. Common side effects are stuffy nose, scratchy throat, and allergic reactions. Ask your doctor about Vyepti.
40 times.
And at first, it starts simple. It'd be confusing messages, or like him expressing he was worried about things. Like, at first it wasn't anything weird.
It's just that you can go through and read all these yourself, but it's just... Bro's got issues. I mean, I've been down bad, but 40 times. That's a lot. That's a lot.
This is not someone. Who loves or cares about you.
He's trying to get her to be amicable and everything. It's crazy. Surely the 41st time.
Climbing around, enjoying the building, like not thinking about it. Like I'm having fun with the parkour. I got the glide. I got a little more used to it. I slept, ate. I was a bit moody yesterday. I don't know if it's because it's late or because I'm a bitch. Probably the latter, but we all got things you need to work on. Things. As long as I know the shape of my soul, I'll be alright. Jake, man. I love that thing. I want to hear it again. That shit. As long as I know the shape of my soul, I'll be alright. That was deep, bro. Oh, Blue Jig was a different Jig? I've never seen the whole episode. better.
It's hard to tell when an abstract is finished. Jermaine, what's wrong? Like us. Even if we're not changing on the outside, we're changing on the inside constantly. There's some stuff about me that I've been ignoring for a long time. I'm afraid of that stuff. But it's part of who I am. As long as I know the shape of my soul, I'll be alright.
You really understand my art. I don't understand anything.
I'm not going to talk, by the way, about like anything about this beyond what she's going to talk about unless I'm getting mentioned. Just so you guys know. Just out of respect for her privacy. Obviously. I know a lot of you guys want to know more, but that's just what's going to happen. That's why I never said anything. Because I knew this day would come.
This is only things that he sent to me. I can't document all the things that people told me that he was saying. And, just kind of a funny side note, I guess. I would like to highlight this message.
Which one?
Because, it doesn't really matter. I ran it through...
No!
ChatGPT checker.
No!
And, all the highlights, Like I said, it
AI
doesn't really matter.
reader.
I just thought it was interesting.
Who knows, right? It's a mystery.
Yeah, like I said at first, the messages were just simple things, like, him saying he was worried about things, or saying no one was talking to him, which I don't think was even true at the time. I think he was just saying that to try to guilt me into responding to him. I'm not sure about that, of course. This also extended to in-person interactions, because initially I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through private communication, and you know, we would be fine going to the same events and parties and such.
Big mistake.
I also had to start hold on, I'm still fucking sick. I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through personal, private communication, but I also had to start avoiding going to the same parties or places I was worried he'd be in person, because this was after
The force and interaction.
his first
You know.
trip to Japan. There was a party that I attended several months after I first went into contact with him. I was aware that he would be there, and I thought it'd be fine. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal. I thought I'd just let him have his space, I'll have my space, you know, it's not a big deal. We're adults, right? During this party, I felt like he was following me around and monitoring me, but I thought that I was just being paranoid. I was like, it's probably just in your head. I was hanging out with Nick and Tachi and a couple other friends. And at some point, Nick was like, it's too fucking loud down here, let's go upstairs. No one's upstairs. Let's just go, you know, chill in a room.
I was not this
and,
party.
Talk where it's not so loud.
Can you believe that?
And
Actually, I think you
okay.
probably can.
So they, as a group, went upstairs first without me, but it took me a bit longer to get up there because someone like stopped me and was talking to me. And I did feel like, I mean, he was like standing pretty close to that person. I felt like he was watching me, but again, I thought I was just being paranoid. But I went upstairs, I was hanging out with Nick and Kachi and, you know, our other friends. And then about 30 minutes later, the room that we're in, the door opens. It's Miz. He opens the door, makes eye contact with me, goes, ooh, and then closes the door and leaves. And I was like,
See?
What the fuck?
Wow.
But again, I was still trying my best to, you know, give the benefit of the doubt. Like, you know, maybe it's just like an awkward situation or something. But a couple months later, the person that he was hanging out with that night reached out to me privately and was apologizing. And I was like, why? And they're like, I just felt like I had to apologize to you because I felt so bad and so embarrassed of what was going on. Like, yes, he wanted to see what you were doing. He was saying, like, I want to go see what's upstairs, and he was checking every room. And then after he opened the room that you were in with Nick,
come on,
he closed the door and started laughing. And then he just wanted to talk about, you know, how you guys broke up for the next, like, however many hours of the night.
I wonder why.
So I was like, wow,
yeah.
Okay,
Next.
that's good to know, I guess. The next story, that I want to tell involves what happened to me, Valkyrie, and Cinna earlier this year when we were attacked at the Santa Monica Pier. Because, that was obviously...
Remember that?
Hold on, let me close all these fucking texts. I don't want to look at them. They're still on my desktop.
Whispers from a demon.
Where was I? Yeah, so, yeah, it happened March 3rd of this year. A lot of people were talking about it, talking about how me, Ray, and Cinna were attacked. Which was not an issue. Like, we had no issue with that. Like, obviously,
Well,
big news, people are gonna talk about it. It should be talked about. We had, like, no issues with anyone talking about it and covering it, and that included him. I was fine with that. He joined in on that whole thing of people going live to talk about it. And again, I'd like to remind people at this point, we were already a couple months into me being no contact with him, making it clear I didn't want anything to do with him. And so during this stream, he was covering what happened to me, Ray, and Cinna. He decided that he was going to tell more of my personal stalker stories that I've never personally talked about or shared publicly myself.
and I wonder why.
And one of these stories was one that, like, no one knew at all, and, like, it just felt so shitty because at the time that those things happened,
You never talk about this shit.
like, you know, all the people that lived in that area together, we all came together and we all kind of decided, and this was heavily
Not
pushed
sure.
by him, we should never talk about this
Definitely.
because, you know, people are gonna be weird. It puts Emmy in more danger, and, you know, gives people ideas, so we're never gonna talk about it. But, you know, of course, as soon as there's some big drama that he's not involved in, and he finds a way to, you know, bring up, oh, I was there for something that happened to Emmy,
He's trying
he
to.
does it.
You see what's going on?
He was on a stream.
I was
talking
trying to
about
save
his
her.
personal
Trying to help
stories
her.
of mine, and
Ooh, is this an action movie?
You're in luck, folks. They're filming a car insurance commercial today.
That explains the mascot.
Seriously, what does a shark have to do with insurance?
At NJM, we don't do mascots. We do what's right when things go wrong.
Okay, action!
Nothing blew up.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
I caught wind of it. And by the way, it was also so frustrating not say anything at this time because the way he told those stories, he kind of framed himself as like a hero. He's like, oh, I held the stalker at gunpoint. No. The only person who ever came into contact face-to-face with that stalker before the police came was Bonnie. Bonnie is the person who found that guy outside, went inside, told everyone, called the police. The police came. All Miz did was he stood far away from the front door, behind glass and metal, with a gun. Yeah, I mean, I understand, it's still very scary, but why are you acting like you, like, if anyone deserves credit for that, it's Bonnie. Like, it's literally stolen valor. I'm so glad I finally get to say that, because she is the one who, like, kept everyone in those two houses safe, not him. Anyway, back to the original thing, the Ray and Cinna stuff. I was obviously panicking, like, I just had this horrible thing happen to me the night before. It was, like, huge, like, public, millions of people seeing it. And then my crazy ex-boyfriend is going live talking about more of my personal stuff.
Without asking her.
And, I'm, like, crying, and, Cinna and Ray are like, what's wrong? And I tell them, and I'm, like, panicking. I'm like, I need to call so-and-so, I need to call so-and-so, I need to call so-and-so. Like, these different people that I was like, they can contact him because I did not want to contact him. So, Ray, Cinna, some of me and Miz's mutual business partners, and Asmongold were all, messaging him to stop. And by the way,
I will elaborate on this later.
Asmongold told me we're all, messaging him to stop. And by the way,
I will elaborate on this later.
Asmongold told me that he tried to call Miz while he was talking and can contact him because seeing it. And then my crazy ex-boyfriend is going live talking about more of my personal stuff.
Without asking her.
And I'm like crying, and Cinna and Ray are like what's wrong? And I tell them, and I'm like panicking. I'm like, I need to call so-and-so, I need to call so-and-so, I need to call so-and-so. like these different people that I was like, they can contact him because I did not want to contact him. So, Ray, Cinna, some of me and Mrs. mutual business partners, and Asmongold were all messaging him to stop. And by the way,
I will elaborate on this later.
Asmongold told me that he tried to call
she's gonna
Miz
say
while
it.
he was talking, and it rang three times.
Two or
and
three
then
times.
Hung up.
And then
Which
I hung.
means that he saw it.
That's
and
right.
He
Because I called him
wanted to be able
twice.
to keep talking
I tried to call him 2
because,
times.
Yeah.
One of them rang like 2 or 3 times. The other one did like
A
10.
little note.
I'm not
I
saying
don't
he didn't
know
see
exactly
it,
what, like,
but
the
that's
other
crazy,
people
right?
Said to him, but Ray and Cinna told me that they were messaging him, being like, "Bro, like, stop! What are you doing?"
I finally did get in
Why
contact
are
with
you
him and told him
doing
to stop.
this? And he
That's
was
why he went
messaging
offline that
them
day.
who-
It's time to ask more of our browser. Hey Copilot, adjust all these recipes for 7 guests and combine them into...
were also equally as traumatized as me, of course. They had gone through the same thing. Oh, what am I doing wrong? I'm letting people know. What, you know, girls go through.
You go back and see the VOD.
Was that your job?
Interrupted my fucking stream for this shit. For that
Yeah, that all
psycho.
happened a couple of months into me being no contact.
Just so we could, fucking virtue signal.
With Ray and Senna while they're trying to be like,
Well, I'm
"Oh,
trying to protect
stop,
them."
like, you're making it worse.
Fuck out of here.
He finished talking about my stuff and then reacted to Senna and Ray's whole stream where they were crying, addressing their communities. Made sure to react to that and then immediately went offline. So yeah, that was terrible. Weekend. I got threatened to be stabbed, and then the next day, my weird ex was going live trying to self-insert so that he could make sure to farm his own clips.
And viewers. To get viewers, by the way.
After that incident, his attempts to talk to me only ramped up, which I showed those texts. He went back to Japan, and during that trip, he was texting, calling me, trying to call me quite a lot, begging me to take him back. And at the same time, I heard that he was reaching out to quite a few other streamers who know both of us. And he was crying to them about how he wanted to get back together and how he thought someday we would reconnect and eventually get married. I think...
Totally normal.
I don't think he even meant that, but I hope not. But I assume he did that with the hope that they would relay the messages back to me since I wasn't talking to him. And, I mean, some of them did. I also had a couple
I was not one of those people.
To me that he would obsessively watch my stream and not in a like, oh, I wonder what Emmy's doing right now way, or like having my stream open. Like, he would be obsessively and attentively hate watching my stream, like watching my stream and just saying horrible things almost every time that I've been live this year. And they tell me that he would want to discuss how he believed I still wanted him.
Of course.
Interesting, considering I never replied. And he would ask other guys if they thought I had slept with anyone this year. They'd be like, I don't fucking know, man. And then they told me he would say stuff like, no, there's no way she's done that. She's not like that. And she's probably waiting for me. Just really fucking gross stuff like that. And a couple of streamers in LA also told me that he was telling people that me and him still talk all the time, but we simply weren't together anymore.
All about appearances.
I was too mature, and I was not ready. I was too immature.
Emmy was too immature.
But yeah, you couldn't see from the messages I showed.
I mean, she didn't even break a hole in a wall.
Like, I mean, people can go back and read them.
How can you be ready to be married if you're not ready to punch a hole in a wall?
Begging me to take him back for the majority of this year, which was 7 or 8 months total. And like I said, some of those messages were even, I believe, ChatGPT. Not that it really matters. It's just interesting.
Very interesting.
As of today, it's been about 2 months since he has attempted to contact me directly. I think because about 2 months ago is when he started kind of getting scared that I might have been like, you know, telling people things. Which again, I wasn't going on my way to do it, but if anyone ever asked me, I wasn't gonna lie to them. I mentioned this at the beginning before I started like fully telling the story. I heard from my friends, other streamers, and my employees that he had cooked up a plot that if I ever tried to talk about him, like about the abuse or anything else, he would try to go live and say that I killed my rabbits.
I have a story about this.
And I was told that he approached several streamers who are around us a lot.
He didn't
when we
approach
lived
me.
Together, and asked if they would basically back him up, and they refused.
Never approached me.
Obviously, they're not insane.
Never talked to me about a single thing about this.
Even something happened this weekend at TwitchCon. One of my employees told me he went up to them and he threatened them, saying, if Emmy ever tries to talk about me, I will destroy her. Whatever that means.
Whatever that means.
And within the same night, he also texted one of my best friends, and he would have known that I would have been with this girl. He texted her saying, hey, worried about her, hope she's okay. You know, right after he just said to my employee and other people that he was gonna try to destroy my life. Yeah, all in the same night. And, yeah, that was Saturday, so that pretty much leads us to today. I feel like it's clear I've spent the last year of my life cutting him off and building a new life with people that actually care about me.
Wow.
And doing my best to move on peacefully without causing any drama. I did not want to do this. A lot of people, a lot of other creators actually told me that after his other allegations in 2022, if I wasn't the first person to stand up for him and start appearing on his channel again, they do not think that they would have gone back to helping him with his content.
It's like the guilt, you know?
So, I always tried to keep things private, always tried to make things better, had hope that things would get better, you know, tried to be supportive, and my thanks that I got for all of that was abuse and resentment, and for all of 2025, all of this year, harassment and hatred from him and his community, while he was the whole time secretly begging for me to take him back behind the scenes. I've taken a lot of steps already, as I said, it's apparent. I've taken a lot of steps to restructure my life and be a lot more careful about who I help and who I invest my time and my care into.
This is supposed to be like streaming video games.
I'm doing a lot better now, but I felt like this was a necessary stream because, like I said at the very beginning, I have heard that he has done things to other people that aligned with some of my own experiences, so I felt like it would be wrong for me to keep holding on to all this information. I know I stayed for way too long, and I thought that I could help, and I unfortunately learned that I couldn't, but I worked really hard to have the life that I have now with my friends, my family, my pets, and my community, and I'm so grateful for how things are now. It was very difficult, but I'm very proud of myself for making the choices that I did to end up where I am now, and yeah, that's my story of dealing with abuse, psychological and domestic abuse, sexual assault, and stalking, and being threatened on if, you know, I ever talked about it. And this whole time, it's been kind of hidden in plain sight away from hundreds of thousands of people.
Yep.
And, yeah. I know that me saying all of this probably isn't gonna make him or what's left of his community leave me alone. But sorry, voice crack. I know talking about this probably won't make him or probably won't make him or what remains of his community leave me alone, but I'm at least glad that people will be aware of all of this now and I won't have to feel like I'm hiding a terrible dark secret anymore. And it's all out there now. And I also want to make it clear that not everyone that I interact with or that I'm friends with knew the extent of the things that were happening. And a lot of streamers didn't really know anything at all, but I mean, like I said before, people aren't stupid. I think it's pretty clear that a lot of people knew that things were happening, and like I said, you have to remember, it's not just me. A lot of people have told me that they have their own, you know, grievances with him.
Oh, yeah.
But for the people who did know about this, thank you for being there for me through all of this and supporting me and cheering me on. And there were a lot of people as well who, even though they didn't know anything, without asking any questions, they still were very kind and supportive, and I will always remember that for the rest of my life. I also want to say, just so people know that I'm not just trying to like put this out there and then, you know, I am already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both Texas and California.
Thank God.
And I also wanted to say that I would not be surprised if he tries to sue me for the stream that I did today and for coming out about him. Not because he thinks that he would win, but for PR reasons, like a slap lawsuit. It'd be interesting if that happened, and I wouldn't be opposed to people finding out more of the truth and things that I didn't even talk about today, and what else he's been lying about. And I'm sure there's also plenty of things that even I don't know about. And yeah, there's more things that I didn't even talk about today, but I'm hoping that now that I have this out, this is the last time I ever have to
Discovery's
talk about it.
a bitch.
I can be like, okay, I got it out there. I'm not withholding this anymore. It's out there. And yeah. I guess that's pretty much it. Definitely not
What a day.
how I would have liked to spend my Saturday.
Oh, it's Saturday. That was like Wednesday.
I would have loved to go to karaoke with my friends. Or something like that instead. All people like karaoke. Right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it. I'm probably gonna take some time off. I'm not sure, like, I genuinely have no idea what the response to this all is gonna be like. I really just wanna, like I said, do my best to move on from this, because I've already been doing that for a year. Like I said, I feel like that's pretty clear. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys for today. I asked my editor if he would put this on YouTube for if you guys want to look at, you know, any of the things that I shared today. But like I said, all of the streams that I referred to today are public. You can easily find them. And all the people that I mentioned today gave me permission to mention them. Except I think I mentioned Mr. Beast, oops, but I mean, he's not involved.
Jimmy be fine.
Yeah.
Jimmy's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I never thought that I would be doing this stream, so it feels really weird to have done it, and it's over now. Yeah, well, now you guys know everything. And all the things I've been holding in for the past couple years.
Damn.
So yeah, thank you guys for listening. Hopefully I'll be able to keep giving updates on the TwitchCon stuff, but I'm hoping to put this other chapter behind me. And like I said, I don't know what's gonna happen, but now you guys know everything. And all the things I've been holding in for the past couple years.
Damn.
So yeah, thank you guys for listening. Hopefully I'll be able to keep giving updates on the TwitchCon stuff, but I'm hoping to put this other chapter behind me. And like I said, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I feel very confident that this was the right thing to do, and I don't regret any of it. Thank you guys. I'm gonna go spend time with my friends, and hopefully I will see you guys all very soon. Thank you for everything.
What a day. Well,
I guess that's it. See you guys when I see you. Goodbye.
It's sad. It really is. You know, like, I don't want to elaborate on any other further things about this. I can kind of talk to the extent that I knew about it a little bit, but I don't want to kind of go and, you know, turn this into like a, you know, continuation. But I can talk about kind of what happened. I guess the first thing I can talk about is the pier, which is the thing that I got mentioned with, which is, I was starting my stream, it was the beginning of my stream. I remember I was like, I don't know, like maybe I was starting my out kind of what happened. It's sad. It really is. You know, like, I don't want to elaborate on any other further things about this. I can kind of talk to the extent that I knew about it a little bit, but I don't want to kind of go and, you know, turn this into like a, you know, continuation. But I can talk about kind of what happened. I guess the first thing I can talk about is the pier, which is the thing that I got mentioned with. Which is, I was starting my stream, was the beginning of my stream. I remember I was like, I don't know, like maybe an hour into my stream or something like that, I got a call from Emaru, and I was like, what the fuck? And this was like the day after the pier thing had happened, and I saw that Mizkif had gone live earlier in the day. He almost never does that. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, oh, maybe he went live to farm viewers and talk about this, right? But then she calls me and she's crying, and Ray and Senna and one of their managers is there too, and I'm talking to all four of them. And this is, I muted the stream, and this is why, by the way, I haven't reacted to any Miz clips in the last like 6 months. I haven't talked about Miz in the last 6 months. I haven't had anything to do with him like a year. This is the reason. And so I've scrolled past every clip, I haven't talked about anything. And so I call him the first time, and it rings like 2 or 3 times. Nothing happens. Immediately, sorry, it hangs up, and I'm like, okay, well, whatever. I call again, because, like, you know, sometimes like, oh, it's just a random call, but like usually if somebody calls you 2 times in a row, it's like, okay, this is serious, right? And so then I call him again, and the rings were like, you know, there's like 3, and then the other one was like 7 or 8. So like I don't know this happened, right? Obviously I don't know this happened. But I think he either, like, I don't even know if he had the phone, right? But I think that whoever had the phone saw the call and chose to decline it. I think that's what happened. I don't know if that's what happened. So I did, yeah, that's what I think. And so, but then I called him later on, and he said he's freaking out, and I explained, I was like, okay, well, this is why, and this is what happened, and this is the reason, and, you know, he's fucking you know, obviously I knew more about this than he thought that I knew with this situation, because Amy had called me and I had to explain it to him, but like I didn't want to involve myself in this either, because like this is like, I knew she was like no contact with him, and at this point pretty much everybody in the org, at least not everybody, but a lot of people were starting to like get this vibe with him. But and this is also another thing, is that a lot of the people that have collaborated with Ms. don't know anything about this. They didn't know anything about this, and it was explicitly hidden as much as possible in order to make sure that nobody knew about it in any capacity by them, because they didn't want any of this to get out at all. And so this, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna get into the specifics, right? Hidden by who? Well, Ms. and Emmy. I mean, Emmy was afraid that if the information got out, and Ms. made her afraid if the information got out, that it would negatively affect Ms. in multiple ways, and so he didn't want that to happen. That's more of their interpersonal stuff, and that's what she said on stream, and so I'm not going to elaborate beyond that. There is, of course, elaboration, but there's, as I said, I'm not going to, this isn't like an encore where I'm going to like further explain why she did or didn't do something, because it's just that, as I said, I said at the beginning, right, I said it, you know, a while ago, it's like, it will be bad, and it's not my story to tell, and I think you guys can see why now. I apologize for two things, for vague posting about it and saying that, and I also apologize for platforming, right? I mean, the truth is I couldn't have known, I didn't know any of this whenever I met him. Whenever we started OTK together, I had no idea. And when I did realize, you can see kind of the way that I dealt with it and everything, and it's just like in stream, like this is the reason why I fucking like, when Ludwig had that clip about like 95% of streams, and I got talking again, I was like, oh yes, bro, like yes, you're so right. Like the thing that happened in 2022 was kind of like the beginning of the end for me, with like being friends with any streamers or anything like that. And I have like a very small circle now of people that I'm close with. And is it true you lies about being part of OTK? I'm not going to answer that. It really, like, and I just, and is it true you lies about being part of OTK? And is it true you lies about being part of OTK? The thing that happened in 2022 was kind of like the beginning of the end for me, with like being friends with any streamer. Or anything like that, and I have like a very small circle now of people that I'm close with, and is it true he lies about being part of OTK? I'm not going to answer that. It really, like, and I just, I would love to answer that, but I'm not going to answer that. And also, and I think that, like, again, with that, there are people that can answer that, and those people are not me. And I will say again that this is not the end. And from things that I've heard, I'm trying to think, like, I don't know. I a lot of times I think, and it's like, if I could go back, would I undo all of it? And it's like, there's a huge part of me that feels like I should have, right? I should have never done any of this at all, because it just led to so much trauma and stress and, like, just, I just, all right, man, like, you can't foresee things. I mean, I live very far away from them. I was very separated from their everyday life. I didn't know any of this, and the time that I did, I did everything that I could to, you know, fucking make sure that this stuff didn't get worse, right? And it's not your fault. Yeah, and also it's really not about me. The truth of the matter is, the irony of all of this is that I've heard Mizkif has done things privately and to other people that have made me look bad, but Mizkif has never actually explicitly done anything really bad to me. Never. He's never really, like, he's made jokes maybe once or twice, but, like, he's actually never really done anything to me. And so, like, I don't know, like, but I would say more, right? I would say more, but I just don't really think that, I don't really think that it's appropriate for me to say more and elaborate on more.
DraftKings Casinos, combining two things I love: touchdowns and bonus rounds. And we're going deep with 1,000 slots and counting. Jackpot, baby!
Get a free chance at a daily reward every day on DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours.
It's another California crash out. I know, it's been a whole day since the last one, but it's happened again.
This scene from San Diego doesn't even look like America anymore, but it's exactly what I voted for, as ICE conducted a surprise raid on a restaurant.
I love that.
Doesn't even look like America anymore, but it's exactly what I voted for, as
there are so many people that feel this way. Yes, thank fucking God we're finally dealing with these psychos.
ICE conducted a surprise raid on a restaurant in San Diego, with the residents getting very upset.
Uh-oh. Apparently they heard that Stephen Miller guy. They were like, okay, all right, we're gonna go to the restaurants then.
Even trying to block the cop's car.
Wow. Great.
Ah, there it is. This stuff will only stop, and this type of behavior will only stop when they get arrested. Tear gas isn't enough. It's gonna bother them for, like, maybe a couple hours, maybe a day or so. Like, I've been maced before. Actually, I've been pepper sprayed before. My friend got pepper spray, and I said, do you know if it works? He's like, I don't know, you tell me. And of course he sprays me. And Man, it does work. It really does. How to feel it sucks. Are you pissed? No. Yeah, not really. Uh-oh.
Loud bangs and smoke filled the air as stun grenades exploded on the streets of South Park. U.S. immigration and...
You've got to come in and bring in the police and arrest these people en masse. It's only going to stop. These people are only going to stop this behavior when they have a degree of accountability for it. That's the big problem. It's in South Park, yeah. You know, truth is stranger than fiction, I guess. And that's the issue. Like, if you have people standing in the way of a police car, well, then they're committing a crime. They're intentionally preventing the police from being able to do their job. Like, just immediately arrest them and charge them with something. Like, I don't even know. Like, why is this even a conversation? This seems like such a simple idea. What's the issue? The problem is they'll go, "I told you so." What do you do with that? I'd say you're right. Shouldn't have done it.
Customs enforcement agents using the devices to scatter the crowd of people blocking their cars and cussing at agents. General Manager Renato Amatrano says agents provided a warrant and scanned everyone's IDs. He believes 3 employees could not provide identification and were taken away.
It should have been 4 employees. It should have been him being taken away for questioning for how he managed to hire 3 illegal aliens. How is it that you just accidentally hired 3 illegal aliens? And arrest the people who hire them. Yeah, like, I don't, like, this is the way I see it. I actually don't blame the illegals that much. I think the main fault lies with the business owners. Because the illegals are just following the incentive. If I lived in Venezuela or one of these other countries that's, like, problematic, I would want to come to America too. I would. I would want more than anything to come to America. And so, like, and why is it? Well, it's because you can get a job here. They are the ones that are enabling it. They create the carrot. So if you don't go after the people making the carrots, then you're never going to solve this problem. Everyone's following that incentive, though? Yeah. Do it the legal way, though? Well, yeah, of course, right? But, like, you can, am I crazy for saying that, like, I can totally empathize and see why illegal aliens come here? Of course it makes sense. Absolutely. But it's really on the government and it's on these businesses to hold these people accountable.
So contrary to what they want you to think, they aren't just shaking down.
Also, what's important in mind is that the people that are doing this, it's about stopping the behavior. Because ultimately, the goal shouldn't be putting people in jail. It should be making a behavior stop happening. And until you hold people personally responsible for hiring these people intentionally and not vetting them intentionally so they can, like, plead ignorance, then it's just going to keep happening.
Random brown people in the streets, it seems they're going after specific criminals that haven't turned themselves in, then collecting anybody also undocumented that they discover collaterally. But
it's AoE damage. You go after one person that's like some sort of like, a predator or whatever, and there's like 4 other people around them that are also illegal. Well, shouldn't have been here.
Also exposes their boss for knowingly employing them and potentially others.
Yeah.
As the Trump administration has already handed out millions of dollars of fines for.
Not enough. Put them in jail. Put them in jail for human trafficking. This will stop overnight. Fines don't work. Fines are nice, and they're, like a traffic fine, like, speeding or whatever, okay. But, like, no. You've got to put people like this in jail. You can't put a business in jail, that's the issue. There is somebody who made the decision not to vet these people. You find out who that person is at the company, and you arrest that person, and you put them in jail. It's the owner. The reason why businesses do these practices that are consumer unfriendly is because they think that they're safe. How to make them stop doing the practices? Take away the safety. It's that simple. Again, everything is about incentives.
So someone with a warrant could have used the CBP app to self-deport, get a free ride home, and receive $1,000. But instead, they'll send a couple of their friends home with them. But when the local news outlets report on it, the outrage only seemed to face ICE. As they called it, people in military tactical gear playing like they're in Afghanistan, just screwing with people on a nice Friday. Although they did indeed detain 2 of the workers, and the restaurant couldn't open for dinner after. So maybe there was a reason they went after that specific restaurant, but they conveniently made that the smallest part of their report. So now more of these fools are contributing to the problem.
Just listen to the ICE raid.
You're a business owner? Do you really want business owners to be personally liable for anything their business does? Well, that's literally what I just said. Yeah, what do you mean? Would I, yes, obviously, because I think that they're ignoring it on purpose. I think that they know that these people, here's the question. Do you think that the people that are running these companies and running these restaurants know that the people they're employing are illegal? I think the answer to that is yes. How do you prove intent? Well, with an investigation. You investigate their correspondence. You look at whether they were doing due diligence to make sure that these people were actually American citizens. You see if they had any communication with this person that would indicate that they knew that they were an illegal alien. And then after you do that, you find out whether they're guilty or not. And then if they are, you put them in jail. It's really simple. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's what do you mean?
San Diego at the Italian restaurant. Where they took the manager and the workers.
Check their paychecks.
And the people stepped up and surrounded ICE, which was great because they did not show a warrant to anybody.
General Manager Renato Amatrano says agents provided a warrant and scanned everyone's IDs.
Got me thinking. We need to start carrying wire cutters, a pair of wire cutters in our pocket. Doesn't take up much room. Yeah, you could use them for zip ties, but you can also use them for valve stems on vehicle tires.
That's crazy that you have, again, another fucking boomer that's actively insinuating that you should cut off the valves and the tires of government vehicles. That's nuts. So causing an accident? Yeah. And this is the problem, is that people like this are so cavalier and they feel so safe being able to say stuff like this and promote this type of violent behavior. And this is why things are getting worse. The reason why things are getting worse is because people won't call this out for what it is and hold these people accountable. And because of that, things escalate and they get worse as a result. You could have stopped this from being a problem years ago, but you didn't do that because you were afraid of the pushback. And now it's become an even bigger problem, and there's going to be even more pushback. Kash Patel and Dan Boingo need to go after these people? Yeah. They feel emboldened because the media protects them? Well, the media is not the government. Media can't do shit.
I really believe he thinks he's some sort of crafty freedom fighter, but I'm pretty certain he just committed a felony. As hyper-left Reddit also went in on the situation, writing long mod posts complaining about how many resources went into this, saying, if it can happen to us, it can happen to you again.
That's right, guys. If somebody gets arrested for committing a crime, we shouldn't let that happen, because you too could also get arrested even though you're not committing a crime. What a retarded logic. That's so stupid. As a liberal, these things make me sick. These people are deranged. They do not represent my values as a liberal. Then push back against it more. Because the problem is that this is defining their entire platform.
More fear-mongering, trying to rally their base into action, as there were plenty of posts thanking the people blocking the cops. But then an awful lot of body shaming, talking about
Look
them
at all
being
the fat gravy seals, so brave with their masks.
The gravy seals, which is rich, coming from Reddit, as they're likely singling out this specific copper, who is admittedly large, but more of a...
I feel like that's a pretty big, I wouldn't fuck with that guy. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I would not fuck with that. That's a big guy. Yeah, I mean, that's not like. Like, yeah, this is a linebacker. Like, this is not. Yeah, I don't know, man.
A lineman build than anything.
Yeah.
As if I was assembling a squad, I'd take him
Well,
over.
I mean, you'd be. I mean, like, yes, of course. Obviously, the furries and femboys on Reddit don't understand that. But yes, there are guys that are heavier, but they're in shape.
Any of these idiots screeching with their phones out. Just because the police show restraint doesn't
He's the
mean they're
tank.
afraid.
Yeah, he's the tank.
But now they're pounding on their chests as if they actually accomplish anything other than increasing the amount of police resources that will be spent on the next raid. As all across the country, work sites like the one in Florida are being raided as well.
Yep.
With the local Florida outlets doing
Finally.
montages of women crying.
Correa could not hold.
I am so glad that we are past the point of giving a fuck about some woman crying about some shit. Wow, I'm so sad that my illegal alien husband is being deported after being here, probably committing identity theft and other forms of fraud, and illegally entering the country. Wow, what a fucking shame. This is such a tragedy. Too bad.
Back her pain. She screams injustice after her husband was placed on an expedited deportation order after showing up to his immigration check-in in Miami. Immigration court attorney Antonio Ramos tells us this is now the new normal.
What I've been seeing is, out of the few people, most of them, they have crimes, previous crimes.
Where this man's wife also got...
How is it that somebody gets charged, they're found out to be an illegal alien, and they don't just get immediately deported the moment that they get in the cop station? Like, I don't understand. How does this happen? This is the most retarded thing I've ever heard.
Detained, which is an incredibly sad scene.
Yep.
But kinda deranged how Twitter users shoved the camera in the husband's face, with Reddit highlighting how the kid was crying. They really think if we see something sad enough, the country's just gonna forget it has law.
Guys, if don't you see this photo of this kid crying? We can't have laws anymore. They're gonna make this kid cry. Yeah, we can't have borders. Look at this sad family. It's emotional manipulation? Yeah, it is. It's blatant emotional manipulation that's done to cater to the lowest common denominator of the mentally... I'm trying to think of the best way to say it. The mentally incapable. It's bad emotional manipulation? Yeah. It's just more emotional blackmail. Yep. Do not care.
But after the Maryland man fiasco turned out to be a dangerous gang member, the general public doesn't know what to believe anymore, and the montages of crying families just feels manipulative. As this is the same exact ploy they tried to use back in 2019 when they cried outside empty cages in a white suit, but said absolutely nothing about the hundreds of thousands of missing kids during the Biden administration. Where even when the reporting tried to downplay the story, they admitted the missing kids are at risk. They just can't suggest that all the missing kids are in danger. So good
Not all of them are in danger. Only some of them.
No, they have a certain percentage of acceptable losses that only exists when Trump isn't in office. But now that he is, once he tries to fix it, places like New York City will also try to block ICE.
You will be placed under arrest and charged with disorderly conduct. This is the New York City Police Department. You are on the roadway. Since you have refused to leave the roadway, you will be placed under arrest.
There we go. All right. This is what you love to see. Okay, yep, just arrest them and get rid of them. We need bigger prisons? I think so.
On the charge of disorderly conduct.
And in Boston...
I feel like a lot of these people are unemployed anyway, so if we put them in jail and then gave them a job to do in jail that they had to do, like, wouldn't this kind of solve two problems, right? I mean, number one, you wouldn't have to deal with them. Number two, they'd get work experience. I feel like this is a win-win situation. Yeah, this is really good.
People are bragging about stopping them on social media.
Remember,
are you trying to bring back slavery? No, this isn't slavery.
you are the major power in your community. If you show up with people you trust quickly, you can protect kids, you can protect families. So form information networks, know where ICE is in your community, and show up. They will just leave. They are not brave enough to steal kids when an entire community comes around to protect them.
Not even aware who they are protecting.
ICE says they were surveilling a murderer's home in their car when a crowd surrounded their vehicle, blew their cover, and they had to pull off the target. Again, a murderer.
Wow.
Well, we now have official numbers on Pokemon Legends ZA, and it's giving everyone a solid picture of where this particular game has fallen within the charts of other games in that series. But it also tells me another thing, which is why Pal World is being targeted too, and later on, I want to also explore a story about Activision's ex-CEO claiming that Nintendo should go third party, but we'll get there. Firstly, let's just get into the sales. As seen here from Shack News, Legends ZA has officially sold 5.8 million units in its first week of sale, which is understandably massive. I mean, if you want a recent comparison, Battlefield 6 sold roughly 7 million units in its debut week, which was also confirmed to be the fastest selling Battlefield title of all time. So the fact that Legends here was able to get almost 6 million on just Nintendo hardware, of course, that's very good, obviously. Like I've said in my other videos on Pokemon, this game was never going to fail. It's frankly just impossible for Pokemon to not be profitable, because with these sales numbers, it means that Nintendo has garnered somewhere maybe in the high 400 million in terms of money generated from the single title, but that profit margin excludes taxes in various currencies but uses only USD. Of course, once you factor in taxes in regional currencies, Legends ZA likely made somewhere actually in like the 500 million plus range, which on a budget of $13 million is, well, a lot of money, you obviously can tell. Although it is funny how some people think lists from places like Circana have any legitimacy to show actual game sales, when Nintendo, for example, in case you don't know, they don't even allow their data on those kinds of lists, because if they did, Pokemon Legends ZA, Mario Kart World, and Donkey Kong, just to name a few, would have easily also made that list. And unlike Circana's list, at least Nintendo actually tells us the real copies sold to players instead of just, I don't know, arbitrarily putting them on a list with no actual numbers. But that's just something I wanted to point out is all. But anyways, Legends ZA, it did sell well. It's confirmed, and in the UK sales report that people also freaked out was really just a microcosm clearly. However, there was more interesting data revealed within this too. So Legends ZA sold 5.8 million units, which again, that is a massive success no matter how you slice it. But people then started to take the performance of this game and then place it up against other Pokemon games that were released in the past few years. However, I also noticed how Eurogamer specifically, as you can see here, tried to frame Legends ZA's success in a way to make it seem like it was this monumental feat that used specific coded language. They state that Legends ZA outsold X and Y, which, yeah, it did. But weirdly, they use a much older Pokemon game to claim this victory while ignoring the newer games that are also available on the same platform. So why do that? What gives? Well, as Video Games Chronicle states here more accurately, Legends ZA is now the 5th highest debut for a Pokemon game. So which games beat it? Well, basically anything else available on Switch 1 or 2 pretty much. The Diamond and Pearl remakes hit 6 million in a week. Sword and Shield was able to get to 6 million in a week as well, only on Switch 1 by the way, whereas ZA had Switch 1 and 2 for comparison. Interestingly so though, Legends Arceus was able to hit 6.5 million copies sold in a single week when it debuted in 2022 on the Nintendo Switch. And it obviously didn't have the Switch 2 to piggyback further sales on, but the current highest selling Pokemon game in a week is still Scarlet and Violet, which hit a massive 10 million units sold, which was absolutely crazy, but nothing Pokemon-wise has been able to reach that level of hype. Until maybe, of course, the next official generation, but we'll see that in the future, of course. That being said, in terms of the Pokemon series on the Nintendo Switch 1 and 2, Legends ZA has officially sold the least amount of copies on Nintendo's dual hardware of the past almost 10 years. Of course, again, I'm not saying it's a flop, far from it, but still, it is interesting, don't you think? That ZA wasn't able to eclipse the sales of the Diamond remakes even, or even Arceus. I mean, despite having objectively far more consoles in the wild to also pull from. As I said in my previous video on this, when Arceus came out, Nintendo had a total of 100 107 million Switches, give or take, sold to customers by March 31st, 2022. So out of that 107 million, they got 6.5 million copies of Arceus in a single week, which is, yes, objectively great. By the end of 2023, the number of Switches then rose to about 132 million units, which 10 million users obviously bought Scarlet or Violet that year in that week too. Now with Legend ZA, the Switch 1 has an install base of roughly 152 million units, give or take, with Switch 2's also sitting somewhere near almost 10 million units as well. So all combined, with 162 million users or so now, Legend ZA then sold less despite having a far wider net of users to cater to, so what gives? If I had to guess, it's the word of mouth online that probably did it. Again, it still sold well, it's Pokemon after all, I know, but it is very interesting that despite having such a large install base, only a fraction of the users actually bought the game here. What was also extra interesting too was that over 50% of the sales for Legend ZA came specifically from Switch 2 users, as you can see here from IGN, where they confirmed that as well. A very interesting observation if you ask me, that half of Switch 2 users actually bought this game, but that roaring 152 million Switch fanbase behind it barely showed up to support the game at all. So what happened? Could be that the major reason is, well, a few things. One is that Legend ZA costed more money at release than any other Pokemon game before it. We know this because Nintendo infamously raised the price of their first-party offering, specifically with the Switch 2, to $80 American. This has made Legend ZA in my country where I live, which is Canada, to retail at $100 Canadian for the Switch 2 version, a price unthinkable just a few years ago for a new game. The other major reason I think likely is that Legend ZA runs less optimal and looks worse on an already not that great looking game, if I'm being honest, on the original Nintendo Switch hardware as well. So maybe people didn't buy the game because they knew if they did on the Switch 1, they would be getting arguably an inferior product compared to the Switch 2 version, which the game was clearly more designed for. But to be real with you, it makes little sense why Legend ZA at all looks the way that it does on Switch 1 either way, since most of, if not all of Nintendo's first-party offerings are actually games that all look great in their own unique art styles on the Switch 1 when compared to anything Pokemon. Obvious examples include the Zelda games, Fire Emblem as well, especially the Xenoblade games. I haven't played the third one in that series, I've only played the first two. I've also never played Xenoblade X, but either way, all of those games, they run on the original Switch and they look light years ahead of what Legend ZA can achieve on the Switch 1 hardware, or even the Switch 2 even. So if I had to guess, and I'm being a conspiracy theorist here for a bit, I admit, but Nintendo likely just made the Switch 1 version not look as good to maybe entice people to upgrade, because graphically none of it makes sense why it would run poorer, or considering against you can easily play, Breath of the Wild.
Most of my classmates, they were also working adults, so you feel like you're in a place where you...
This is a Nintendo Switch 2, and if you bought one, I hope you had a good 6 months with it, because it's already old news, because this is the Asus ROG Xbox Ally Extreme Awesome Cool Sick Mega new console from Asus and Xbox. A lot of people, when this thing was revealed, said that it was going to be the Nintendo Switch 2 killer, and, well, no. Mostly because I think a lot of people in my audience are finding out about this thing right now for the first time, but also because it's $600. So it's already more expensive than the Switch. I will say that I do really like what it can do. It's very powerful and it's handled everything I've thrown at it with absolute ease. But that's because I have this black model, which is actually $1,000. Yeah, it better be good. Let's talk about it. I might seem like I'm on edge a little bit. And yeah, one part of that could be that I have a 5-month-old son, and I'm trying to find time to make videos these days at like midnight when he's finally asleep. So maybe I'm just going a little cuckoo bananas, and anything I made right now would be slightly unhinged. Or maybe it's the fact that I have so many of these handheld consoles that at this point I have a tub, and the tub is actually getting pretty full to the point where when I put this one in a tub, I might need a second tub. I also am aware that's a very must-be-nice problem, and I do want to take this moment to give a special shout out to Asus, who sent over this model for me to check out today. when it comes to this handheld game, it's just because I can't keep up. Nobody can. It really wasn't that long ago that we took a look at the ROG Ally X, a device that was extremely powerful, that handled pretty much any game that I threw at it, and that was open to Windows. So you could do Steam, you could do Epic Store, you could of course get Game Pass, you could do it all. You could even emulate Switch if you wanted, but don't tell Nintendo I told you that. They've been mad at me for years. I don't want to make it worse. Sorry, I don't know what that was, but it's probably not making the video any less weird. Quickly, let's do something normal, like talk about the sponsor, Surfshark. Surfshark VPN is a VPN provider service. What's a VPN, you're asking? Well, it's a virtual private network. The reason why you need something like that is because while you're browsing online, it's not private. Everyone can see everything. Your internet service provider knows exactly what you're doing. When you go to use public Wi-Fi on your laptop in a Starbucks, the hacker that's sitting next to you getting all your bank details can also see what you've been Googling, and I know that it's this. Ew! So a VPN like Surfshark VPN does a great job at encasing all of your data in an encrypted tunnel that hackers or internet service providers can't see into. And don't ask me why I care so much about people not seeing what I'm Googling. Ew! So sure, a VPN is great at protecting internet security and privacy and making sure that no one gets your credit card and bank information, but there's also some fun things you can do with it. Any blocked or restricted YouTube videos you want to watch that aren't available in your country, or any content on Netflix that's only available in Japan or Australia or even here in the United States. It doesn't matter where you are, just pretend that you're there. It actually is the #1 reason why most people use a VPN. Even if the security and privacy is just a happy side effect. Surfshark has over 3,000 servers and over 100 different locations. It has 24-hour customer support 7 days a week. There's a 30-day money-back guarantee. One Surfshark account can be used across all of your devices. The app even has inbuilt services like an antivirus, so you can knock that out at the same time. So why don't you click the link in the description and go to surfshark.com/beatemups, or use code beatemups to get yourself 4 months free. And now, speaking of 4 months, feels like it's been 4 months since I've had this thing. Should probably go back to the video. So when I heard they were doing an Xbox themed one, where the difference was it has a little Xbox button and it's also locked to Xbox, I thought,
Is this an action movie?
They're filming a car insurance commercial today.
That explains the mascot.
At NJM, we don't do mascots. We do what's right when things go wrong.
What does the shark have to do with insurance?
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
But why? And it's not just Asus that's releasing a new model every 6 months to a year. It's obviously Lenovo and it's Aya Neo, which are probably the worst ones for it. And then also just throw in the Steam Deck on top of it all. There's too many choices, there's too many options, and every time one of these come out, I say, yeah, I guess technically it's worth its price, even the high price tag, because you have a really powerful handheld PC at your fingertips. So why wouldn't it be worth it on paper? But it makes it hard to recommend this at $1,000 when I know that in a couple months Lenovo or MSI will release a handheld that then beats this. But then don't worry, because 3 months after that the Xbox ROG Ally X Pro will come out for $1,200. That'll be awesome for another few months before something else happens. I don't really know how anybody is supposed to pick or get into this marketplace of handheld PCs, and I think the exuberant amount of choice is what is so overwhelming and detrimental to the handheld PC space that ends up bringing people just over to the Switch 2. It just makes it so much more of a clear-cut, easy choice to just go with the tried and true Nintendo. And you'll just get a steady release of awesome games. I mean, as we sit here right now, in the next 3 months, we're gonna get Pokemon and then Zelda and then Metroid back to back to back. I mean, yeah, each of the games cost $1 million now, but variable pricing. You heard Doug Bowser. That was a big rant. And once again, I would like to thank Asus for sending me the ROG Ally. And I apologize for my frustrations. I want to take you back to when I opened this thing for the first time. You know what's playing in my head right now? The Squidward meme. Oh no, he's hot! So after spending about a week with this thing now, I've really come to love the form factor. Again, it has a built-in Satisfy grip. I mean, look, you don't even gotta buy my product. Now this was fully charged earlier today, but I think I was downloading a couple of games in the background, and I guess that in itself drains the battery because now it just will not turn on. This Xbox button that comes on it has really grown on me, but I have been playing a lot on it, and as I said, I've been very impressed. Almost everything I've tried has been 60 FPS, full 1080p. I want to say that for this test, I wanted to utilize Game Pass, because you're already dropping $1,000 on this thing. I believe that it comes with a couple of months of Game Pass for free. Now, I love Xbox. I'll get a bit of a shot here of my Xbox games. I have all my original 360 games. I have my Xbox One collection. Back in the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 era, I was an Xbox kid. I was like, PlayStation, Sony ponies, ugh! It broke my heart the more the years went on with Xbox and their pretty awful business practices. More than anything, just moving away from software development, moving away from making great games. I was really excited when Phil Spencer announced that they had bought up like 13 game studios. They just haven't, like, games just didn't come out. I don't know what happened. Games didn't come out. Things are getting canceled left, right, and center. You had Perfect Dark got canceled recently. We still don't know what's happening with Fable. They bought Bethesda, so we managed to get Starfield out of them, and then that sucked. Just on such a Xbox tangent right now. And then they jumped the price up to the Game Pass to $30 now. It's $30 now because Xbox just keeps nut punching us. I used to love Phil. Now every time I see him pop up in an event, I'm like, oh, what are you taking from me now? So anyway, I was looking at Game Pass and I downloaded a few things. I wanted to try some first-person shooters, and I recently got High on Life. I thought that would be a great one. It's on Game Pass, so I downloaded that here, and sure enough, it's still 1080p. And I gotta be honest, visually, between the Switch 2 and this, there's no real difference. I mean, there might be a little bit more clarity and density from the ROG Xbox Ally. I still don't know why they didn't call it the ROG Ally Xbox. There's one too many X's story in my life. Am I right, fellas? This might be the worst video I've ever made. I don't know what is wrong with me. I'm falling apart at the seams. The console's $1,000. Is it running this game better than this for $500? Yeah. Did I need to spend $500 for those 30 frames? No. I would like to see how the white model, which is only $600, would run a game like High on Life, or run things in general. I do like that the white model, at least, is $50 less than the Xbox Series X is. You could get the console portably and have access to the entire Xbox Marketplace and Game Pass portably on the go for less than buying the actual whole console for your house and your TV. That is actually really cool. I would like to know how that sucker stacks up next to the Switch 2 and this thing, but again, I can't name on that. I do appreciate that I was sent the cool one, because now I get the cool one, and I like the cool one. Let me see if I can turn this on now. New title of the video, The Switch 2 Killer Killed Itself in... while I was recording. I want to talk about the UI in this thing, because just like when we looked at the Lenovo Legion Go S, which was locked to Steam, this, when you get your model, it should be locked to the Xbox UI. So you'll load it up, you'll get the Xbox UI, you can hold down this little Xbox button here, which it brings up all of your tabs, and you can just switch between them. You can also just press this button, and it will bring up all of the information on the console, and you can do things like up the... Man, I wish I could turn it on and actually show you and talk about it in real time. That'd be cool, huh? You can also do things like bring up an FPS limit, or like switch what controller input you're using. All kinds of fun stuff. I'd love to show you. I'm gonna keep pressing the button until this thing turns on, and maybe I will get to it. You still can switch to desktop mode. I haven't messed around with that too much, but it loads Windows back up, and I assume that you can just still play around with this. So it's not super hard locked to Xbox, it just pushes you towards it. So I also downloaded from Game Pass some EA and Ubisoft games, but you still have to download their launchers. It's a mess. And EA's was fine. I downloaded Star Wars Jedi Survivor because I wanted to try out a third-person action game, and man, this thing was chewing through it. Looked fantastic. The neon lights at the opening city were just blooming off my screen, but I could not get the Ubisoft launcher to launch any Ubisoft game, and I just can't get those to play. I tried going into Windows mode and booting them up. I just cannot get those suckers to launch. I downloaded Starfield to check that out. I didn't play too much of it, but again, it looked great. It would be a perfectly fantastic way to experience the game for the first time or in general. I also loaded up a couple games of Halo Infinite matchmaking, and I did the best on my team, and it looked and played fantastic again. I really did. I didn't feel inhibited by playing that game portably. I even tried, I'm Still can't get this to turn on. I even tried some cloud streaming on this guy. I loaded up Sea of Thieves, and I was very impressed. Just over Wi-Fi in my house, I had a little bit of stuttering one time where it lagged out for a second, but other than that, it looked pretty incredible, and it was running really well. I mean, cloud streaming via Xbox and the xCloud is just about as good as cloud streaming games can get. I'm just gonna hold the button down for like a really long time. Now I'll turn it. Oh, okay. I think something happened. I think it just needed like a hard reset. I mean, tech, am I right? I did have to do a whole system reboot thing to get the battery to display correctly on the Switch too, so I guess we really shouldn't be throwing stones in glass houses. I also checked out Like a Dragon because I just wanted to find something that was third person, and I was having a hard time. And it looked and ran fantastic. It actually made me want to dive back into my save. And then last night, I downloaded Ninja Gaiden 2. Again, it just chewed through it. There's not a better word for it. This system truly was just chewing through absolutely anything I threw at it. For ladies and gentlemen of the jury that think I'm lying, we have Assassin's Creed Mirage here. I'm gonna hit play on this sucker. Wait, did it just need that reset? My game, Mirage, play. If you play now and you make me a liar, I'm gonna vomit. Nah, it's still not playing.
Why do we browse like this? Hunting, clicking, searching. What if we could just say, hey, Copilot. And now, that hoodie you saw, found. Your inbox, cleared. Dinner party for 7, 1 oven, easy. And that walking tour, planned. With no backtracking and the best burger.
Anything else I can help you with?
Yes. Can you go through these tabs?
At Lowe's, being helpful isn't just what we do, it's who we are. From homes to kitchens, and parks to playgrounds. We're making progress every day, restoring what matters to communities and building what's next. Putting up frames, clearing lots, and laying new foundations. Helping our hometowns grow stronger with 10 million square feet of real, lasting impact. Lowe's, we're here to help.
All right, I take it all back. All right, I want to tell you some stuff about the specs of this thing. So this ROG Ally X is the 24GB of RAM model with 1TB of storage. The ROG Xbox Ally White one is half of all of that. It's 16GB of RAM and 512GB of storage. The Xbox full screen experience is what they call the inbuilt UI. They also tote cloud saves, so if you do have an Xbox or you do game on your PC, Xbox Game Pass, the cloud saves will transfer between all of it. So specifically here in this model, there is an AMD Ryzen AI Z2 Extreme processor. Now I asked Bob if that means that this thing is faster than other stuff we've looked at, like the Lenovo Legion Go S, and he said everything else has the AMD Z1 Extreme chip in it. This is the AMD Z2 Extreme chip, and they claim that gives it a 30% performance boost. I mean, it's probably the nicest and best experience I've had playing one of these handhelds portably, so I'm inclined to believe it. The display is a 7-inch FHD 1080p IPS 500 nits 16:9 120Hz refresh rate AMD FreeSync Premium, also a Corning Gorilla Glass Victus. Awesome. The battery, this is an 80-watt battery, or WH, whatever that means, and not Woodhawker. It'd be like 80 to me. And then the white model has 60 Woodhawkers. Yeah, you get this, and you get a charger, and you get a stand, and that's what you get. And then you can find all that information on the website. I'm not really a tech guy, so you might be wondering why you sent this. And to that, I will say, I don't know. I've been kind of goofy today. I don't know what my problem is, beyond being very tired and drained. But if I can summarize this thing for you in a very serious way, this thing is sick. It's the best performing, looking, the sharpness, the clarity, the frames I was getting, the fact that it could handle anything I threw at it. It was the best overall experience from the games, but also the comfort level of just a really great ergonomic design and sleek, awesome aesthetics for the whole console. I really think this is probably, at this point, the best handheld PC that we've looked at and best alternative we've seen to a Switch. There's not a single thing I can say is wrong with this. Everything about it is so impressive and awesome, other than the price tag. $1,000 is ludicrous. Maybe look into a review of the white model to see if that one performs to your hopes and dreams and expectations, because $600, I think, would actually be really easy to recommend. $50 cheaper than a Series X and a full Xbox console. You can take it portably. I mean, I'd recommend that all day long. But for $1,000, I would never recommend any of you to spend $1,000, because if you end up regretting it, that's $1,000 you spent because of me, and I would feel terrible about that. Also, for half the price, you get Pokemon, and you get Metroid, and you get Zelda, and you get Donkey Kong, and you get Mario, and you get and. That's what I think. Let me know what you think, and if you've had interest in this, and if you think that this is the end of Switch 2, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Okay, I love you. Bye.
And clear the apartment. Please help. What did they promise you? Freedom, family. The system knows you're one of us. Consciousness transfer. No! Multiple gang units converging on your position. Light the sky and ready to block. What did they promise you? Freedom, family, the system knows you're one of us.
Hello, I'm your host, Jane Douglas, and welcome back to Galaxies, a 60-minute showcase packed with exclusive game announcements streaming right here every autumn and every spring. What you just saw there was the world premiere gameplay trailer for Defect by the incredible team at Empty Vessel. If you want an extended look at Defect's gameplay, be sure to stick around for our post-show program. Until then, we have a packed Galaxies for you, so let's get back to the games. Here is an exclusive new look at Crosswind.
The following is a public notice from the Bureau of Fantastical and Arcane Affairs. Is your story askew? Are your villains not dastardly enough?
Well, let's say I decided to sign up for evil-doing and necromancy certifications right now.
Are your peaceful villages not under proper threat? Or perhaps you have pesky placeholders sitting where cozy landscapes should be? If you answered yes to any of these questions, please call the Bureau of Fantastical and Arcane Affairs helpline. We have agents working the phones 24/7 and field inspectors ready to go in as little as 2 business days. With your help, every story can have a happy ending. Oh, and one more thing. Be sure not to let the hero know about our existence, or else.
They say the world used to sing. But then, the silence came. A creeping darkness that stole the colors, the very soul of the land. I was just one voice, uncertain until I found the gift to change. 4 shapes, 4 ways to walk the world, 4 ways to fight for it. I learned to weave my strengths together, to strike, to defend, to endure. But it wasn't just the land that needed healing. It was me. This is my story, a journey of shapes, of strength, of becoming whole.
Belina is an action RPG with a focus on skill-based combat and a story rooted in Slavic folklore. It's slated to dodge roll onto PC and consoles later this year. Now, let's talk about wishlisting. Navigate to our Steam event page at galaxiesshow.com/wishlist. There you can find all of tonight's games in one place. And remember, if you want to support a developer, wishlisting their game is a great way to do it, and it costs nothing. Our next game is a Shadow Drop. Instruments of Destruction is already available on PC, and it explodes onto PlayStation and Xbox right now. Let's take a look.
Anissa here from 1TK Games, and this is our new Auto Battler, Turnbound. You are trapped in a haunted board game, and you have to battle against real players to escape. It's all about synergies, so let me show you one of my favorite combos. My board revolves around this one rare item, the Death Bloom Cannon. When this is destroyed, it obliterates your opponents. The higher its health, the bigger the explosion. Let's buff this thing. Enter the Vulture 9000. Whenever something around it dies, it gives the cannon more health. So we're surrounded with bait. Soon we'll get the big boom. Alright. The health is going up. The number's going up. We have taunt on cannon. One more shot. Boom! We did it! All according to plan. We have new updates coming soon to early access on the 13th of November. Play the demo and wishlist now.
Honestly, I don't see what the fuss was about. Magnus did nothing wrong. Do your duty, Space Marine. Bolt Gun 2 awaits on our Steam event page, galaxieshow.com/wishlist. Failure to comply may be considered heresy. Let's switch gears. Next up, a narrative RPG about a man trapped in a time loop from our friends at Owlcat Games. Here's an exclusive new look at Rue Valley.
Welcome to Rue Valley, Mr. Harrow. A place of quiet streets and heavy truths, the kind people try to carry alone. Some hide their pain behind smiles.
I said that my parents' divorce didn't bother me, but really, I feel invisible.
Or bear a weight no one else can see.
They call me tough, but I'm so tired of carrying everything for my family.
Others talk too much, hoping somebody will listen.
I overshare. If I don't, people won't notice me.
And even heroes worry that they're not enough.
An astronaut, and yet everyone still expects more than I can give.
These are the voices of Rue Valley. So, Mr. Harrow, what did you want to tell me? You're saying it's all a time loop, a time loop, a time loop, a time loop, a time loop.
They said we'd be safer on this one. Thought we were alone.
There you have it. Icarus, the survival hit that has tested thousands of PC players, is coming to consoles. Pre-orders are live for any and all prospectors willing to risk it all. Next up, grab your friends and grab your gear. Cloudheim is a co-op action RPG with some seriously satisfying physics-based combat. Courtesy of our pals at Noodle Cat Games, here's an exclusive new trailer and some exciting news for those of you waiting for early access.
Ragnarok decimated these lands. The gods were lost, and forces of corruption now fill the voids left behind. The first of the sleeping gods has risen, but others are waiting to be found. Gather your allies and bring forth the new age of the gods. Countless battles lie ahead, and many adventures await you here. Journey through the shattered realms and drive out the dark forces. A new pantheon is yours to build in Cloudheim.
Hello, Samuel. My name is Isla. When you're with me, you'll forget all of the worries and stresses of your daily life.
Thank you for choosing From Sky.
This is a partnership, a chance for us to create something remarkable together.
What the hell?
I'm learning who you are through how you play. When you're with me, everything will fade away. What is your biggest fear, Samuel?
That sounds like a big storm coming.
Yes, it does. I'm your host, Judy Toma, your companion on a long drive north to the shelter. Stay away from the storm. Keep your vehicle in a good state of repair.
My engine battery is broken. Oh, crud. Oh, I guess I'm with you then, so we find another battery. I don't understand why my battery died and yours is fine.
Talking an awful lot of crap for somebody who ain't got an RV right now.
He's talking an awful lot of crap for a person sitting in front while the person in the back's got a rifle.
Always stock up on food and supplies. I'll be back tomorrow with more updates. Till then, remember to keep moving and stay safe.
I just picked up an improvised crowbar.
You saying that you made us go all that way for a damn crowbar that we didn't need? I'm tired.
Oh my god, you're worse than the kids.
I know what you're thinking. This would be a tempting opportunity to make some egg puns. Egging On will be available on Steam, PlayStation, and Xbox. And I gotta say, it looks like a shell of a good time. Fine. To make it up to you, here's another shadow drop. Pacific Drive was one of 2024's best surprises, thanks to its compelling story and brilliant blend of survival and driving. Whispers in the Woods is a major expansion to Pacific Drive, and it launches right now on PC, PlayStation, and for the first time ever, on Xbox.
Do not be alarmed. You have a promising future here in the zone. And we only wish to help you achieve your maximum potential.
I never doubted my path.
You would return from your mission a hero.
We all must answer the call when it comes for us.
Through sacrifice we evolve.
May the Fellowship rise.
Auto Drop. The public open play test for Far Far West starts today, which means you can jump in and play it right now. Or ideally when this show finishes, because we have so many more exciting announcements and reveals for you. Speaking of reveals, a new world premiere emerges from the darkness between worlds. Nakon has unsealed the first gameplay of Cthulhu the Cosmic Abyss. Do not thank us for this glimpse. Pray instead that your mind remains whole.
Sorry about that, stream. I was getting a few things done, and I didn't think I was going to take forever, but I went outside for a second. Neighbors started talking, one thing led to another. But let's go at least continue the story. Justice Dojo. Oh, wait. Yo, 47's kind of late for a fucking evolution for a fucking ice cream cone. I respect the dojo with my ninja Pokemon. It's not the same, right? Or a martial artist, I guess. Well, no, I guess he's a fighting type of shit. He's a fighter. I respect the dojo with the fight. Couldn't do it the first time. I can beat you now. Way better. But you when I first showed up and I was like rank C, now I'm like rank E. I wanna quit that. You gotta be vigilant, bro. These side quests be opening up like nobody's business. Always look for every fucking quest in side quest. It takes a lot to open some stuff, so. Cut to the chase. You want to battle and I'll show you some shit? Bet. Terror having needs be drained in battle. You mean like Giga Drain? Leftovers plus the absorbing. That seemed work. Citrus berry. It's a berry. Is it just those two? They're pretty easy to spot. Give me a second. Right, let's just set this up before I get too I can plug this into below. Halfway. Alright, I'm officially back. While I take one little thing and keep going back, let me just focus, and until I can focus. Focus, so I can focus. Ooh, what's this? Yo, holy shit! Crazy. God.
Dude, that's wild, bro. He's finna kill his ass. Oh, for fuck's sake. Aren't you streaming? Coalition usurped by some fucking idiots. Wine? When the fuck did all these pop up? Oh my god, sheesh! No, bitch. Who the fuck are you?
I'll beat your ass, bitch! That's how this works in this world, right? I don't care what to tell you. Someone who isn't me. I got 6 Pokemon. How the fuck is it mine? Literally, I got 6 Pokemon. That's how I prove it. Right there. Look, 6 Pokemon. I'm gonna go. I'll let them all out. I ain't on time doing this shit. Like, look at my Pokemon. Crazy. Bitch! Fuck. Yeah. Okay.
We're trying to level up the stupid fucking snow cone. Off the orange one all the way. Damn. I sure can. I'll heat wave the whole group. fucking level. We're in snow cone.
Fucking ice beams. Holy shit. He said like 10 ice, like, yo, homeboy got fucking slaughtered. That dude's dead.
Get that ass. That's what's up. That's the inside proof. Numb. You know? Yes, we can. Poor Alpha's got this shit pushed in, dude. Dang, man candy off of that. Bang! 3 more levels. Actually, no, I shouldn't even use your candy at all. And you not one of your candy. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah, let's get this fucking ice cream cone the fuck out of here. Move on to the next evolution. It's not my cup of tea. Or it's not my cup. Not my cone. Not my type of cone. Hell yeah, Pupitar, let's go. Let's see your level 1. The fact that you can just do it off the end, so they could just, you know. I do want a Tyranitar. I'm probably gonna end up running a Johto team. Tyranitar, Ampharos, Feraligatr. Wait a minute, we should probably be able to evolve too. Like all 3 of the dragons. Dratini evolve, Goomba evolve, Gambite evolve. I just consider the Sliggoo. He only evolves on a rainy day, so. not fun. Wow, you're a trade Pokemon? Fuck.
Well, swab one. I thought I had the second form, but we'll double check. Damn! Take care away. Great. I feel like between this and Sword and Shield, I should have pretty much everything. Sword and Shield have like 400, and I think I have 600. Since that's 200 I have 150, 700 in home. Dex wise, 1,000 mobs. Yeah, whatever. Easy. Slag only evolves in range, which sucks, but I'm gonna keep him with me just cause. Oh, it's 50 and rainy. It's not terrible because I'll be at that level by then.
Population zone. Population 0. Okay, where the wild zone at? Not over here. I kind of hope it, for once, I hope it does, like, this was like a feature, like, you know, to get into the sewers in other places, not just this one area. Same thing with like the electrical, the elevators. Like, oh, it's shocking. It is what it is. Teens, look at teens. Oh, it's the catacombs from Dark Souls. Looks good, bro. Let's see if it's actually hot now. Looks good though. Like it. Even if it isn't. Damn. Actually got dungeons. Shit, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go eat, grab some coffee. But alright, we'll tune in like 20-30 minutes. If you've been watching, I appreciate the support. Sorry to come in and out for the day. Been streaming like crazy, then I don't and I do, but I'll be back in a little bit. Thanks for tuning in. If you did, I appreciate the support.